Okay, guys, am I audible now? Am I audible? So let's continue. So I'm not audible, right? Okay, let me restart. Let me restart. So for those who are not hearing me, I was saying that in section A, we have different chapters, we have different ways in which we should answer. I say we should always think about what we are saying. I was saying that in each and every question, A, B, C, D, A would be an answer, B could be an answer, C could be an answer, D could be an answer. But only one is very perfect for that question, right? Then how do we then come to a conclusion, right? We come into a conclusion after we have meditated on both answers A, B, C, and D, right? Let's make an example. We say A is a cornea. Which one of the following maintains the eye of the shape? A is the cornea. So we want to understand what the eye does, what makes the light sensitive photoreceptors. The choroid contains um, so many blood vessels in which we can be able to supply oxygen into the what? Into the blood, meaning into the eye, meaning that more nutrients would come into the what? The eye using the what? The choroid. And then the sclera. The sclera is the outer protective layer. Um, it contains it contains wide fibrous it contains a wide fibrous layer in it in such a way that it protects the eye from mechanical injuries or external. So far, have we gotten our answer here? No, we have not gotten our answer. Then we go further. We say, inside the eye, since we're saying that there is inside the eye, since we're saying that there's something inside the eye, then inside the eye there's something called the vitreous humor. Inside the vitreous humor, this is a eye, its shape. Do you understand now? The vitreous humor gives the eye its shape. A shape. Then it means that, let me draw the whole eye so that we can be able to teach the whole eye only from this question. Eye, things there. I'm sure you're able to see. So, also, outside the eye or outside the vitreous humor, there's something called the aqueous humor. Then the aqueous humor is different from the vitreous humor because the aqueous humor does not give the eye its shape, but it is for the necessity of refraction of what? Of light. Then see here we have the what? The ciliary muscle. Inside the ciliary muscle, then we're going to have the ciliary bodies, and then we're going to have the lens, and then we're going to have the suspense. We're going to have the iris and the pupil. Then, now, let's go to our question. Which of the following maintains the shape of the eyeball? A. The cornea. We said that the cornea, well, I didn't say about anything about the cornea. The cornea is for light reflection. Therefore, this one is not correct. The lens. The lens is for the light refraction. Then this one is not correct. The vitreous humor. The vitreous humor is correct because we are saying that a vitreous humor is a jelly-like layer inside the eye, which gives the eye its shape. Then let us be circling it for a bit and hear what the retina, what the next answer says. D says the retina. Retina, which of the following maintains the shape of the eyeball? Retina. What does the retina do? The retina is light sensitive photoreceptors, meaning that it does not have anything to do with the what? With the eye. Then our only answer is what? Is vitreous humor. Are we okay? If we're okay, please react to show that you guys are with me. Then the next answer is 1.1.2. Since we have already checked the eye, it's what do we know about the choroid from what we've said? We say that the choroid give, is richly supplied with nutrients, which gives oxygen and also nutrients to the what? The eye. Then let's hear what the answers are going to say. A is richly supplied with blood vessels. Is this what we said when we thought of the choroid? Yes. Then this is the answer. But why is B not the photoreceptors? The only one that contains the photoreceptors is the what? It is the retina. Then we go further. Okay, I thought I was not audible. I'm audible. So, refracts the light rays. What refracts the light rays? This is the cornea. The cornea then sends impulse to the brain. In the eye, what sends impulse to the brain is the optic nerve. But in the ears, what sends impulse to the brain is the what? Is the auditory nerve. So already D is so ambiguous that we write it wrong. Then let's go to 1.1.3. We have concluded that the choroid is richly supplied with blood vessels. If you're understanding, and I'm loving it, which of the following which of the following occurs immediately after fertilization? In the fallopian tube, let me draw quick structure of the fallopian tube where there will be a sperm cell there, and then after this is process of fertilization, when we have a haploid nucleus of a sperm fusing together with the haploid nucleus of an ovum. This process is called what? Fertilization. After fertilization, a zygote is formed. Zygote. And then after zygote, we're going to have a solid ball of cells called what? Called morula. This happens after mitosis. Then after morula, we're going to have mitosis again. And then it will cause us to have a hollow ball of cell called blastula. Then after that, we're going to have implantation, then giving birth and stuff like that, right? Okay, then let's read the question. Which one of the following occurs immediately after fertilization? Let's hear what the answers are going to say. the blastula. Did we say the blastula comes next? Let's hear. Fertilization gives us a zygote, right? Mitosis will be a morula. Therefore, the blastula first because we need a morula. Let's go to B. B says the more answer. Let's underline it. Then C says the blastula. The blastula cannot come first. Then we remove it. Then the morula. The morula could be so so we say that the sweat glands become more active, right? Then let's speak about it. When the sweat glands become more active, what happens to the sweat glands? The sweat glands will be stimulated to release more sweat. What happens here? On on a hot day, less blood flows to the surface of the skin. Did we talk less blood flows to the surface of the skin? Did we talk about less blood flowing to the surface of the skin? No, this means it happens during a cold day because more blood flows to the surface of the skin. Do we understand? If we understand, then as I drew here, this is a site for fertilization. Therefore, let's hear what the answers are saying. A. The uterus. The uterus is a site where the baby implants. This is a site for what? For implantation. B is the ovary. Ovary is a site for what? For oogenesis. Takes place in. Are we okay? Okay, let's go to 1.6. Okay, 1.1.6 says which of the following best describes the event of accommodation when a person is viewing an object that is less than 6 meters away. 6 meters away. So I'm saying that 6 meters away, we think of something called the reticle. Reticle. So I'm going to teach you how to cram this. 6 meters away, we say relax, away, tighten. Tightens is uh the the suspensory ligaments. Then what increases the tension on the lens? Then the lens becomes less convex and less light uh, is refracted. Therefore, light focuses less on the what? The light focuses more on the what? On the retina, and the image falls on the what? On the retina. Then let's hear what they're going to say. We said the ciliary muscle will relax. Say it increases. Therefore, we tick all the boxes where the tension on the lens increases. Then what is our answer? Our answer is A, meaning that if an object is 6 meters minus, then you're going to oppose the reticle, right? I said if the reticle, then you oppose the reticle. The opposite of reticle is away. No, it's sorry. Relax, the opposite of relax is what? Is contract. The opposite of away is near. The opposite of tighten is the opposite of increase is decrease. Then we don't have the opposite of convex, but we have the opposite of less, which is more. Then let's see. Whenever they will, if the question was saying 6 meters nearer, then we're going to say that the ciliary muscles contract, the ciliary body moves near the what? The lens. The suspensory ligaments will slacken, the tension of the lens will decrease, the lens becomes more convex, and then more light is refracted, and the image is focused more on the retina, and the image falls on the what? On the retina. Are we okay there? Okay. The structure below gives us a brief. No, the structure above us here is a structure of a neuron. A neuron where you find the cell body on the what? On the center. Therefore, this shows us that this is a sensory uh, neuron. But wherever you find the cell body, let me do this. If you find it like this, then this is a motor neuron. Okay, let's continue. Number two is the what? Is the cell body. Then we have now identified the whole thing. Let's see what the questions say. Now, in 1.1.7, and the axon is represented by structure. What did we say the axon is represented by in our diagram? We said it is represented by 4. Then we're going to circle number 4. You see now it becomes easy, right? Which which labeled part affects the speed of impulse transmission? So let us talk about the effects of the myelin sheath. The myelin sheath, right, will later or insulates for transmission. Then here we're going to look for our myelin sheath. Where is our myelin sheath here? We say that number 3 is our myelin sheath. Then let's go back and then answer our thing. Number 3 is our myelin. Just to confirm, number 3 is the myelin sheath. Let's go further. 1.1.9. It says question 1.1.9 and 1.1.10 refer to the diagram below. Shows an investigation to determine the effect of auxins on tropism. The procedure was as follows. The pot plant was placed on a stationary clinostat. The plant was exposed to light from all directions. The growth was then observed after few days. The diagram below shows the setup for the investigation. Then we were just scanning the question, but now let us first understand what they are saying. A pot plant was placed on a stationary clinostat. A stationary clinostat means that gravity, um, gravity is in action. Because if ever this the clinostat, right, was was moving, it means that the 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 the, the, the pot plant, right, would be receiving different gravities or the same gravity. Yeah, let me see. If the clinostat was moving, the clinostat would give the same gravity. Let me show you, right? You see that it is placed horizontally, right? And gravity acts perpendicular to the ground, meaning that gravity will be affecting this pot plant if ever it's not rotating. But if it is rotating, then it means that gravity will be spreaded evenly on the leaf, meaning that gravity would not be an effect. Then then they said the plant was exposed to light from all directions, meaning that if only light was in action, therefore it would go grow what, vertically upwards. But now we're hearing that it is placed horizontally. Then let's see, because it was exposed to light from all directions, it was exposed to light from all directions. Tropism, we rule it out. The growth was then observed after a few days. Below shows a setup of the investigation. The results after a few days show the stem growing downwards. Well, because we have already drawn our diagram here, this shows us that yes, only gravity is in action. This means that oxygens will accumulate on the bottom of the what? Of the stem, meaning that there will be a lesser concentration of oxygens on the top, meaning that more oxygens will be there. And what do we know about oxygens? Oxygens promote growth. Oxygens promote growth in the stem. So, meaning that a high concentration of oxygens at the base or at the bottom side of the stem would mean that the stem would grow on the bottom. And as it grows on the bottom, then gravity will pull this thing out because this side will be heavier than this side, meaning that the tree will grow downwards. Then let's see. Which of the following is an explanation of this result? Phototropism occurred. We say that we are ruling out phototropism, then A is not our answer. Geotropism is the effect of gravity. Phototropism, we then rule it out. Then geotropism could be our answer. Then let's see. Geotropism occurred because oxygens moved downwards, which stimulated growth on the lower side. Then let's hear this other one because this one is certainly correct. Then what makes this one wrong? Geotropism occurred because oxygens moved upwards, which inhibited growth on the upper side of the stem. We say that oxygens promote growth on the stem and inhibit growth on the roots. Therefore, if we are talking about inhibition, therefore, this is incorrect. Therefore, the answer is B. Are we okay? Then they say a control for the same investigation was set up by putting an identical pot plant on a rotating cleostat. A rotating means that the gravity is not in action. Therefore, the only thing that is in action is what? Is phototropism. Then which of the following would be the expected results observed after a few days? The stem will grow upwards. No, the stem cannot grow upwards because now we have light in both directions. So this one is incorrect and also this one is incorrect. The stem will grow downwards. It will not grow downwards because light is equal in all sides. The stem will grow horizontally. Horizontally means that if this is the stem, then this is the tree, and then exposed to the same gravity. Therefore, each side will have equal number of auxins or the equal number of auxins. Therefore, it will grow horizontally that side. Therefore, our answer is what? Is D. Are we together? Okay. The part of the brain that protects the brain. So, the part of the skull that protects the brain. When you think of the brain and the spinal cord, the brain is protected by the cranium and also three meninges, namely the what? The dura mater, the pia mater, and the what? And the arachnoid mater. Therefore, the cranium is part of the skull, but the meninges are not part of the skull. Then let's hear the answer. The part of the skull that protects the brain. Therefore, our answer is what? The cranium. Then 1.1.2, the homeostatic process whereby temperature is controlled in the body. This is thermoregulation. So, thermoregulation, how does it occur? Thermoregulation is the one that we talked about, the what? The hypothalamus being stimulated, sending impulse to the what? To the blood vessel. Then after the blood vessels, we're going to have to the sweat glands. The visual defects characterized by cloudy lens. This is going to be what? We have different visual defects. We have near vision, we have astigmatism, and then we have cataracts. Near vision. Now, in near vision, a person is able to see what is closer to him, but they're not able to see what is further, meaning that they can see the text that is in there, but they cannot see what is further, like a person. Okay, then how do we treat near vision? They say we use biconclave glasses. And then what? How do we treat distant vision? We use biconvex glasses. And then stigmatism, we use surgery to correct it. And then um this one is what? This one is cataracts. So the cataracts, they are also treated what? Surgically. So they are characterized by cloudy lens. Therefore, and astigmatism is characterized by an abnormal shaped eye, right? Which will affect the refraction of light. Then, what is that visual defect that we talked about? We said it is what? It is cataracts. Then 1.2.4. the blood vessel that transport deoxygenated blood from the fetus towards the placenta. I'm going to draw my placenta here, and then I'm going to draw two things. Now, one will be in, and then one will be out. And then I'm going to show like a picture of a fetus here. Yeah, that is you there as a fetus, right? You see yourself as a fetus there. So now this is the placenta, and then in what connects the placenta and the embryo is what is the umbilical cord. Do you understand? Then in the umbilical cord we have two different types of umbilical cords. The one that transports to is the what is the artery. Then the one that transports from is the vein. So the vein transports oxygenated blood and nutrients to the embryo. But yeah, I made a mistake there. Sorry, sorry. Let me correct my mistake. Um, the mistake is that the vein is supposed to be this one, and then the artery is supposed to be this one, because the artery takes the oxygenated blood, but the vein takes oxygenated blood to the what? To the fetus. So then let's go and understand what they want from us. They say the blood vessel that transports the oxygenated blood from the fetus towards the placenta. We say that the artery transports from the. Then let's go further. The part of the brain that controls body temperature, thalamus. Then a branch of the nervous system that is made up by of a spinal and cranial nerves. Okay, spinal and cranial nerves. Where did we find them? Let me show you. So in the nervous system, we have two types of nervous system. They are divided into two. We have the CNS and the PNS. And the PNS is also divided into two, autonomic and the somatic. And then in the autonomic, we have two also, where it is divided into the the sympathetic and the para. The CNS contains the cranium and the what and the spinal cord. And the PNS contains 12 cranial nerves and 31 pairs of what? Of spinal nerves. Therefore, our answer here is what? Is the peripheral nervous system. Sorry. Then, finger-like projections that develop from the outer membrane of an embryo after implantation. So, after implantation, right, the embryo will the embryo will produce finger-like projections to produce what? To produce placenta, which will be attached to the embryo by 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 an umbilical cord. Inside the placenta, there will be what? Uh, 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 the umbilical There'll be the umbilical what? There'll be an umbilical, no, there'll be amniotic fluid. And then this will be the amnion. Are we okay? Okay. Chorionic villi. Then you get your mark. Then a hormone that regulates the salt level in the blood. So in the blood, there are so many hormones that regulate, but there are there's only one that regulates what? The salt level. The salt levels is regulated by a hormone found in the adrenal gland. One is the adrenaline, another one is aldosterone, right? Adrenaline prepares the body for emergencies. Aldosterone is for the level of sodium or salt. Therefore, we will say that our answer is what? Aldosterone. Are we okay? Okay, I'm back. Um, I was told that I should have given you a chance to first go through the questions and then we then do them together. Are we are we comfortable with that? Are we comfortable with that? Um, okay. So the fluid that protects the developing fetus against mechanical injury. Oh, we just did it here. You remember? We said it is what? It is amniotic fluid. I'll give you to write on the next one. The retina of the area of the retina that contains the highest concentration of cones. Right. We said that in our eye we have the what? The R, and then we have the C, and the what? And the S, and the R, C, S. The retina now will also contain two spots. If let's say this is the optic nerve, then this is a spot, and then this is another spot. So the spot here is called the yellow spot, and then the spot here is called the blind spot. So the area with the highest number of cones, Cones are for seeing in bright light or during the day, right? And then cones are for seeing in dark light, right? Therefore, there would not be a high concentration of cones, right? In the retina, because in the retina light is refracted, so it makes sense that there will be a high concentration of cones in a place where there will be what there will be uh, 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 there will be light refraction. So light is refracted in the retina in the what in the yellow spot. Then we're going to write what the yellow spot. Are we okay? Okay, so now I will give you a chance to write this because it is 6 minutes. Every time in a life science exam, when you get a 6 minutes question, you multiply it by 0.9. Therefore, it's the minutes that you're supposed to write this, but I'll give you only 5 minutes. Therefore, by 2111, now it's 2111. Therefore, by 2016, we should be done. I'm giving you a chance to write. Okay, guys, time is up. So we're going to answer this. The plant hormone that inhibits gibberellins, and then let's remember, gibberellins does not inhibit, it promotes germination. So now this one is off. Then abscisic acid, it it is the correct answer. So our answer is what? B only. Then we go the functional connection between two consecutive neurons. What do you think a functional connection between two consecutive neuron is? It is the what? It is the synapse. Do we have a synapse here? Yes, we have a synapse. Therefore, our answer is what? A only. Then, a hormone that stimulates puberty. Puberty happens in both males and what? And females, right? In males, the hormone that stimulates puberty and their secondary characteristic is what? Is testosterone. And then what about in females? To be estrogen. Then, therefore, testosterone and estrogen could be our answers. Let's see what they say here. Testosterone, estrogen, therefore, both A and B. Then I have to congratulate you if you got it right. Then let's go to 1.4. So now let me give you a chance to write 1.4 and then we'll do corrections. Let me check if there's any information. Yeah, let me give you this. Now I'm going to let you write from what time is it now? It's 2019 and it's an 8 marks question. Then I'm going to give you only 7 minutes. I'm going to give you only 7 minutes, meaning that by 20 um 16, no 26, you'll be done. 2026 you'll be done. Then let me give you a chance to write. Be 19 and it's an 8 marks question. Then I'm going to give you only 7 minutes. I'm going to give you only 7 minutes, meaning that by 20 um 16, no 26, you'll be done. 2026 you'll be done. Then let me give you a chance to write. You said this will be ready by when? This will be ready by tomorrow morning. What? Oh, yes. Okay, guys, time is up. Um, the diagram below shows the condition of the eyes for different light intensities when viewing the same object, right? Okay, I'm going to write something for bright light. Let me do this so that we can all see. And okay, guys, time is up. That shows the- So whenever we see something saying that there is uh bright light, we will think of two things, and then we have um dim light. We'll think of the RCL. R double CL, which will mean relax, uh, constrict, constrict, uh, contract, and then less. Then what relaxes? Then let me do this for us to have convenience. Okay, let me do this. For us to have a convenience of doing our stuff, this is the radial muscle, and then this is the circular muscle, and then this is the. Am I saying it right? Okay, let me restart this. I said it right, but I said it in a way in which it will confuse some of you. Okay, then let me do this. Let's say I said we think of the what? Of the RCCL, right? So the R is for the radial muscle, relax. C is for circular muscle, contract. And then this other C is for what? The pupil constrict and then less light. So in the other side, you're going to oppose what I just said. So you're going to say the radial muscle contract, and then C is for the sacral muscle relax, and then and then now you're going to say the pupil dilate, and then you're going to say more light enters the eye. Did you understand? Then we can go answer this one. And then now we now know that we answered this one in terms of what? Re? No, sorry. I am already used to accommodation where we say we answer it in terms of reticle. This one we answer it in RCL, right? Then give the letter and the name of the part that contains muscles. That contains muscles, right? So the one that contains the muscle is not the pupil. Let's label this one will be our sclera. This one will be our iris, and then this one will be our pupil. So the part that will contain our muscle will be this one here. The iris contain the radial muscle and the what? And the sacral muscles. So give the letter and the name of the part that contains muscle. Therefore, B is our what? Is our iris. It's made up of a tough, white fibrous tissue, meaning that this is the what is the sclera, because we said it at the beginning of the video that the sclera contains a white fibrous what tissue. Which diagram 1, 2, or 3 represents the eye of a person in a very bright light. So in a very bright light, we say that the radial muscle relax, the circular muscle constrict, and the pupil not constrict, it contracts. The pupil constricts, and then we'll have what? Less light entering the what? The eye. Therefore, what contains no is made up no which diagram 1, 2, or 3 represents the eye of a person in a very bright area. In a very bright area, we're going to have the radial muscle relaxing. Do we see the radial muscle? No, we don't want to confuse ourselves. The circular muscles. No, but we don't want to yes, we could say that, but let's say we don't want to confuse ourselves. The pupil will constrict. We see it is very clear that in C the pupil has constricted. In A, yeah, the pupil has dilated, and in diagram 3 the pupil has dilated more than in diagram what 1. Therefore, in a bright area, then we're going to have what diagram 2 having to see the pupil constricting. Therefore, the answer is diagram 2. Then let's go further. Where the rods are stimulated the most? Where the rods are stimulated the most? Wherever wherever the rods are stimulated, right? Whenever the rods are stimulated, right? It means that more light is entering the eye. When the rods are stimulated, no, sorry. When the rods are stimulated, I said rods are for what? Are for dark light. And then cones are for bright light. So then we have to know that what is for bright light and what is for dark light. For dark light, we are going to have the what? The rods. For bright light, we're going to have the what? The cones. Therefore, if there's a high concentration of rods, therefore we'll have a dark light. But if we have a place where the dark light is going to be uh, detected, but when we have the high concentration of cones, therefore that is where white light or bright light is detected. Then let's see. Where the rods are stimulated, therefore it's dark light. And when there's dark light, then there's the opposite of the what? Of the RCL. The radial muscle will contract, the circular muscle will relax, and the pupil will dilate. So we want to see an a diagram with biggest pupil here. We want to see the diagram with the biggest pupil, and then in here it's big because it's bigger than this one, but this one is also bigger than this one and this one. Therefore, diagram 3 is our answer. Therefore, B is what? B is what? The diagram 3. Which muscles? Which muscles are contracted in diagram 2? Which muscles are contracted in diagram what? In diagram 2. Let's go now. Let's go check diagram 2. Diagram 2, there is more light entering the eye. Therefore, the radial muscle relax. The circular muscle contract. Therefore, the circular muscles have contracted here. Therefore, our answer for diagram 2 is what? Is the circular muscles. Then relaxed in diagram 3. In diagram 3, they are saying that, are they saying relaxed or contracted? Let's check again. Oh, here they are saying that relaxed in diagram 3. In diagram 3, we see that there is dark light entering. Therefore, the radial muscle will do the opposite of relaxing, which it will contract. So the circular muscle will do the opposite of contracting, which will be relaxing. And we need the muscle that will relax, which is the circular muscles. So both A and B are circular muscles. I am welcoming the the new students who are here, and I believe that we are going to have you for the rest of the time that we have left. We're still going to host other papers, and I believe that you still be here with us. I love it when we have new students. So now I'm going to give you a chance because it's 6 minutes. Therefore, I'm going to allow you to write for how many minutes? Because it's 6 minutes. So I'm going to allow you to write for 5 minutes. Therefore, 5 minutes equals what? Equals, let's say, 2044. 2044. You should be done. Then hey, brother, run, Ros- Zwan- Ros- the Zwan- no. kha vhathu vhoṱhe zwo no zwiyo mai vhulade ndi ḓo humbela be uri vho dzi vha no dovha sende. That's good. Dzi vha no dovha senda. So those who are asking which subject this is life sciences. Okay, guys, I'm back. Um, it's time to do some correction, and I will be doing it with you guys. And the thing is, the diagram below shows an interaction between two endocrine glands. Let us increase this and just see this person because we have to get closer to these life sciences uh diagrams, man. So, right? The pituitary gland, and then we have something on the neck. Are we okay? Then let's talk about this. This on negative feedback mechanism between the what? The gland secreted and by A and what? And B, right? So this is for what? For thyroxine. Now, let me teach you something amazing, right? So, what is something amazing? When there is less hormone C or thyroxine, the pituitary gland will be stimulated to secrete what? To secrete more TSH. More TSH will stimulate the thyroid gland to secrete what? More thyroxine. The thyroxine level will increase and then return to what? To normal. You see, whenever here there is less, here there must be what? There must be more. And if ever here there's more, then here there must be less. That's what negative feedback is all about. Then let me show you more. Then, when there's more thyroxine in the blood, more thyroxine stimulates the pituitary gland to secrete less TSH, right? When there's less TSH stimulates the thyroid gland to secrete, or yes, to secrete what? Less thyroxine. Then the thyroxine level will decrease and then return to what? To normal. Then what are the diseases linked to this? We have goiter. They say I this thyroxine contains, sorry, okay, they say this thyroxine contains of a mineral called iodine, right? Contains iodine. Then, if it contains iodine, the lack of iodine could be a result of what? Of goiter. Because the thyroid gland will swell because of what? Of less iodine, right? Then you'll have a swollen neck. You'd have a big neck because of what? Of less iodine. So these metabolic activities are such as breaking down of food, breaking down of fats. Therefore, if ever there is no metabolic activities, you'd see an organism increasing fat or its mass increasing because there's no metabolism. And when there's no metabolism, then less oxygen may be required. That is just a simpler explanation of the thyroxine and the thyroid stimulating hormone. Then 1.1.1.5.1 says name the type of interaction that occurs between hormone A and gland B. We are saying that is what it is, a negative feedback mechanism. Then identify gland B. Because we have already identified gland B, we say that gland B is what? Is thyroxine. No, did we say that? We said gland B is the thyroid gland. Gland B is the thyroid gland. The thyroid gland. Then hormone A. Let's see. Hormone A, we said it is what? Our TSH, which is our thyroid stimulating what? Hormone. Then we have hormone C. Hormone C, as you can see, it means that thyroxine. Therefore, less hormone C is our what? Is our thyroxine. 1.5.3. Name a disorder that results when gland B is overstimulated and becomes enlarged. Meaning gland B is overstimulated and becomes enlarged. We're going to have what? Waiter. No, it's not spelled like this. It's goiter. Then, which hormone, A or C, will be expected to be high in blood of a person with a disorder named in 1.5 point what? Point 3. Then we go and look because gland B will be overstimulated. What is gland B? This is the thyroid gland. What makes the gland to be overstimulated? Okay, let's read the question again. Which will be expected to be high in the blood? Okay, let's check. The reason why this gland will be overstimulated is because there will be less thyroxine in the what? In the in the in the in the blood. Therefore, the pituitary gland will do what? Will be stimulated to do what? To secrete more TSH. Even though it still secretes more, it tries to, the TSH being more stimulates this one to secrete more what? More thyroxine. The thyroxine will not be enough. Therefore, this one will be overstimulated because of more of this. Okay, let me repeat this. I'm saying that more of hormone A will stimulate gland B, right? But because of hormone C not being enough, then hormone A will be too much in the blood, so and it ends up overstimulating the gland B, so that hormone C could be enough, there, even though it's not enough. Therefore, gland B is overstimulated by hormone A. Therefore, it is TSH. Therefore, the answer for 1.5.4 is what? Is A. Then that's how you're going to get your total. Okay, I'm gonna give you a chance to go and write this one. So now this one is how many marks? It's 9 marks. Therefore, I'm going to give you 6 minutes. Therefore, by 21:02, you should be back. Therefore, now it's time for a break. Well, it's not a time for a break, it's time to write. 21:02. You'll be back with all these answered. I'm back. I have come back and I see no comments. I guess this topic might be hard after all. Is it? Because I see no comment and I usually come back system, right? Then we're going to label the whole male reproductive system. Then what is what is C? C is our testis, and then on top of the testis we have the epididymis. We have the epididymis, whatever you call it, but I call it the what? Didymis. Then I have a gland here, which is the prostate gland. What? Gland. Let me increase the size for our convenience. Then this is the seminal vesa vesicle. Sickle. Then this is the urethra. Okay, this is the vas difference or the sperm duct. Okay, then this is the bladder and this is the corpus gland. Yeah, and I think we should stop there for now. Let's hear what the examiner has to say. Identify structure A. We said structure A is what? It is the seminal vesicle. State one function of part D during reproduction. During reproduction, right? Okay. Excuse me for a minute. I want to charge this laptop so that it doesn't turn off on us and our live stream might end. I will still here. Let's comment, guys. Let's like, let's comment to show that we are still here and we still understand what I'm saying because I might be saying this and okay. Now I'm done. Let's go back. State the function of state one function of part D during in reproduction. So if ever they didn't say in reproduction, we are going to say it also uh, uh, um it is also a passage for urine. But now in reproduction, they want you to tell us what it does in reproduction. Whenever we talk about reproduction, we say that part D, which is the what? The urethra will now do what? Um the urethra will deposit sperm cells, or let me say uh let me not say sperm cells, right? Let me say semen into the vagina. Then let's go to give two reasons why structure B is not considered to be an endocrine gland. One, what are endocrine glands? Endocrine glands. Endocrine glands secrete. Let me do this. These are glands. Glands that secrete their secretions directly into the blood. Then another thing you're going to have it being they do not have ducts. Right. Then if something is not an endocrine gland, therefore you oppose whatever is being said here. Therefore, you're going to say it it doesn't secrete the its secretions directly into the blood. Then you're going to say it has a duct. Are we okay? And then another thing you could add on there, you're going to say it does not secrete a hormone. Because here we said that it secretes directly, therefore now we're going to say indirectly, or it does not secrete its secretions directly into the blood, and then they have what? Ducts. You understand? And then another thing, add on well, you see part B. I don't think part B is relevant for a duct there. So, well, let's not. It should be our last option, us putting a duct there. Then they say what what name the type of gametogenesis that occurs in part C. Part C. Let's go see our part C. Part C is the testis. Chances of fertilization. Okay, let me first erase here. Um, let's be checking in the register, guys. Let's be checking in the register. Let's check in the register. Just say, just type your name and then say signing in. Explain how the secretions of structure A and B improve the chances of fertilization. Structure A and B. Then let's go check structure A. Structure A is the seminal vesicle, right? Then you're going to write for the seminal vesicle first. The seminal vesicle secretes fluid that uh, is richly supplied with nutrients for the sperm cell, which provide energy for the sperm 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 cell to be able to swim properly. That is the first answer. Oh, what should I repeat? Sorry, I didn't see your message. What should I repeat? Okay, as you'll be answering, then I will also be writing this. Then let's check structure A. Structure A is the structure B is the prostate gland. It secretes alkaline fluids, secretes fluids which neutralizes the acidic environment in the vagina and the testis to allow and increase the number, no, let's say the amount of cells Grade 9 EMS paper 2. Okay, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. The amount of what? Of cells that survive for fertilization. We understand, right? Okay, now I want us to go through this question. I think we can finish this one in 5 minutes. Therefore, when the time reaches 21:24, we should all be done. Guess who's back? It's me and me only, and you shall see me for the next many hours. You should be knowing me by now. I want to teach quite something amazing here. Knowing me by now. Okay, guys, the diagram below shows the structure of a normal and an abnormal sperm. Well, now we know something, a normal and then abnormal sperm. Then, now, if ever they didn't give us the fact that there's a normal and an abnormal sperm, then what were we going to assume? Assuming that maybe if here there was an acrosome and also, yeah, that was fine. So, what would you assume if ever here there was an acrosome? We were going to assume that this was the male sperm. Not, let me not say the male, right? Let me say the sperm carrying the Y chromosome and here carrying the X chromosome. Why am I saying this? Question might come saying, why are there more females in the world than males? We say that the reason why there are more males than females is that the Y chromosome sperm now will swim faster because they are less heavier than the X chromosomes, right? And then as they swim faster because they are less heavier than the X chromosomes, what happens? This causes the Y chromosomes to reach the ovum or the fallopian tube way before ovulation occurs, right? But these will reach the fallopian tube on time just after the egg is busted and then we see an ova. Then it will be able to do what? To to fertilize. Then we're going to have a zygote. Then a zygote divides and forms what? A solid ball of cell called what? Called morula. And then morula will divide and then form a hollow ball of cell. You'll see that it's hollow, called what? Blastula. And then after a hollow ball of cell is formed, then we're going to have implantation where the embryo will be implanted here. And the embryo will develop chorionic what? Villi, right? The embryo will will develop chorionic villi. Wait, the embryo will develop chorionic villi, where that chorionic villi will form placenta, and that placenta will be connected to the embryo by the umbilical cord, and the embryo being closed by the amnion. Inside the amnion, there'll be the amniotic fluid. Then that is about it. Then let's come here. Um, okay. Then now we have explained all that we wanted. Then now I want the diagram below shows the structure of a normal and an abnormal sperm, right? So how do we see a normal sperm? Now that we are proving that something is a normal sperm, and it's not about a male and a female sperm this time. So I'm going to do this. A normal sperm has an acrosome. This one doesn't have an acrosome. A normal sperm has a longer tail for efficient swimming, but this one has a shorter tail, meaning that swimming will be inefficient, right? Then, Mwarusi Ramapara, thank you for the compliment. We'll continue doing the great work. All you can do for us is to subscribe, and then you share the live for others so that they can also discover us. So we said part A is what? Is an acrosome. This one is an acrosome, and then these are the nucleus, and then here we'll have mitochondrion or mitochondria. Then this one will be a normal sperm, and then this would be abnormal. Then identify part is the what? The nucleus. Then explain the role of the organelles found in large numbers in part C. In part C, we'll have the what? The mitochondria. Then, well, part C could say it is the middle piece. Let me say the middle piece because it might be ambiguous. Then let's say explain two reasons why sperm A is structurally better than for fertilization than sperm 2. Sperm A, sperm 1, sorry, sperm 1 contains acrosomes which penetrate the what? The ova for fertilization. Then sperm A, one, sorry, has a longer tail, meaning that it can swim more efficiently. Did you understand? Jabulani Machevele, I see your message. Thank you, man. Now I want us to go to 2.3, and I will give you, let's see. I'll give you 2.3 and 2.4, right? Then it means that I'm going to give you 10 minutes. 10 minutes, meaning that it's 21, 84, 2.4, and 2.3 only. Then let's start writing. when is it? But we'll talk about it. Okay, so hormone levels during menstrual cycle over 28 days. Right. So from day 0 until day 6, hormone A was increasing. This means that this person was undergoing what? Ovulation. No, not ovulation, sorry. This person was undergoing menstruation. Therefore, menstruation was somewhere between these days here. Menstruation. And then it starts decreasing. Wait, they say these these hormones are secreted by the pituitary gland during menstrual cycle. Okay, okay. Then a hormone during the during the first 7 days in which it will be increasing. It is FSH. Why is it increasing? It stimulates the formation of a new follicle. It stimulates the formation of a new follicle. Therefore, a new follicle will form between these days. Then, as it decreases, it shows that now the formation of the new follicle is done here. Then we have the Graphian follicle here. Graphian follicle, your girlfriend. Then these days, the Graphian follicle is so matured to the point where it ruptures here due to high levels of this, which is FSH and what? And LH. FSH will be below LH. You must know that. But due to high levels of FSH and LH, there will be ovulation. And then they say, from which days is this woman more, more fertile? It shows that yes, she'll be more fertile because it is the time during which ovulation is most likely to happen. We don't say that ovulation actually happens exactly on day 14, but ovulation is most likely to happen on day 14 during the time where LH and FSH are high. When when ovulation has been stimulated, LH will stimulate the formation of the what? Of the corpus luteum. And the corpus luteum, once it's formed, it doesn't need to be maintained just like the Graphian follicle, right? Then it will cause the LH to decrease and come back maybe to somewhere here. Then it decreases. If ever the level of LH also increased here, what if the levels of LH also increased here? This would mean that this woman is taking contraceptive because LH inhibits the growth, no, inhibits the, am I saying it right? The secretion, no, sorry, sorry. I'm not saying it right. Okay, I will show you what I was talking about, right? So let me find another color. Let me find another color to show you. So now, this color now that I'm going to draw here, we'll take it as we'll take it as progesterone. Progesterone will still below until the day of ovulation occurs. So what would it mean during these days where progesterone remains high? It would mean that this woman is pregnant, right? Because progesterone is meant to maintain pregnancy. But now, if ever progesterone increases and then now somewhere here starts to decrease, then it shows that the woman is not pregnant, right? And then what shows that this woman is on contraceptives, right? A high, okay, it's somewhere here. Let me see. Okay, let's just continue so that I don't confuse you with something. I wanted to say something, I'll say it as we are writing. Okay, state two functions of hormone B. Hormone B is our what? We agreed that it is our LH, right? And LH has only two functions. It it stimulates ovulation. The other function would be stimulates the formation of opus luteum. Then explain why a female who is struggling to get pregnant may be given pills containing hormone A. What is hormone A? Hormone A, hormone A is what is is FSH. FSH FSH stimulates the formation of what? Of a new follicle, right? A Graafian follicle will develop and then burst, increasing the chances of fertilization. Are we okay? For those who want EMS paper 2, keep on, if you like, and then I reach 100 likes. So you must push so that I get 100 likes. If I get 100 likes, we are going to do EMS paper 2. If not, we might not do it. We might not even try doing it because it will not be of any use to do that. We monitor LH because high levels of LH and the chances during ovulation are high because of the availability of what? Of an ovum. Do you understand? If you understand, react. Marusi, you must tell me what I must repeat because we are at different places, ne? And my network sometimes does not respond when you comment, and I might see your comment late. So please tell me what I should repeat. Let me repeat for those who are saying that they want an EMS paper. An EMS paper, you will get it if you guys get me likes of 100 likes on this video, and then I'm going to make sure that an EMS paper happens. I'm telling you, I'm promising you, if you get me 100 likes, then I'm going to make sure that those likes are possible. That class is possible today and now after this class. But I don't know if it's worth it for me not to sleep because I can do EMS very nicely and I can. Okay, let's go to another question. Explain how the levels of hormone A on days 0 to 5 will differ in a pregnant female. What is hormone A? Let's check out hormone A. Hormone A is what? Is FSH, right? Right. So, in a pregnant woman, a pregnant has high levels of progesterone, progesterone, which will inhibit the secretion of FSH. No new follicle will 4. Let's check if you answered the question. Explain how the level of hormone A in pregnant women will differ, which is 2.3.3. Okay, we did not conclude. Therefore, the levels would remain low. Those are your 3 points. Please do maths paper 2. Guys, I'm telling you, if you guys put me at 100 likes and you share this live to as many people to come and like, okay, let's go to 2.4. Sorry, 2.4. As many comment like I can do that way. 2.4 says describe the secretion of the ovarian hormone and their role in the menstrual cycle, right? What are the ovarian hormones? Can someone tell me what are the ovarian hormones? Ovarian and their role in the menstrual cycle, right? What are the ovarian hormones? Okay, the ovarian hormones are is estrogen and progesterone. Then, what does estrogen do? Estrogen will okay. Let's go. Describe the secretion of the ovarian hormones in the role of the menstrual cycle. Okay. Estrogen is secreted by the Graafian follicle to make the walls of the endometrium thicker, vascular, and glandular. Then progesterone progesterone is secreted by the corpus luteum to make the walls of the endometrium more theca, vascular, and glandular. Then let's go to the next question. Let us write 2.5, and I'll give you how many minutes for 2.5? I'll give you 5 minutes. Then 5 minutes, which is 22:11. Then Okay, time is up, guys. I want us to do correction. I'm also going live on other apps, so others will be joining me and yeah, interact with me. But for now, I think I'll just be doing corrections with you guys. Time is up, guys. I want us to. Okay. Hello, guys from TikTok. If you want to join the revision and see what we're doing, you can join us. You can click the link on the bio. But now we want to continue with what we're already doing. Okay. Okay, guys. Time is up for writing. Did I just lose my pen for writing? Ah, guys, I think there will be no correction here. I got it. Okay. Remember, this is just revision for life science. Okay, guys. Time is up for writing. Did I just lose my pen for writing? Okay, let's do correction for ourselves. I think people from TikTok are the unluckiest people here because nothing is working this side. Okay, it's fine. Okay, let's maximize the size. They say read the text, the extract below. Guys, tomorrow you're going to find an extract, right? Tomorrow you're going to find an extract where you will be having to answer all questions based on an extract. Yes, then your knowledge for hi sir, say my name. Okay. Vice Love 123. We love you. We give you a shout out. Then whenever you find an extract in our life science examination, they need you to apply your knowledge, right? For the current syllabus and whatever you know from the life science syllabus. You might be asked, you might need to refer to cellular respiration at some point. You might need to refer to other points of 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 the syllabus at some point. But the fact is, you have to read the extract and understand what it is about, right? Then, okay, let's go now and read our extract. If you've just joined us, you can click the link on our bio, and then you can see what we are doing on the other app. And then they say anchovy is a type of fish found in the Pacific Ocean. During the breeding session, well, I can just put this phone here, right? Or no. Okay. During the breeding season, the females and the males gather in the large groups and release ova and semen into the water. Once fertilized, the eggs float in water and embryonic development starts to okay. Okay. Then let's see. Okay. Is it too late to study? No, it's not. It's not too late Well, it's too late to study, but it's not too late to do revision with us, and it's not too late for us to for you to ask questions, right? Then they say, what type? First, we must understand what type of fertilization is this. This is a type of external fertilization. Remember, when we talk about external fertilization, what do we think of between oviparous, viviparous? No, okay, let me say ovipary, vivipary, and ovovivipary. We'll have to think about ovipary. Ovipary. I want you to think of ovipary as outside, right? Then I want you to think of ovovivipary as inside, but later what? Outside, right? And then I want to think of vipary. I want you to think of vipary as inside. And we talk about the placenta, we talk about the amniotic egg, we talk about the no, we talk about the amnion, we talk about the amniotic fluid and stuff like that. But in the ovovivipary, now here that's where we talk about the what? The amniotic egg. Then I said when you think of external fertilization, you think of what? Ovipary. Then they say the northern pikefish is found mainly in rivers. Then that one of anchovy is found in the Pacific Ocean. During the breeding season, okay, I see questions there. I will answer these questions. Um, let me think. Should I answer these questions first and then I then I then do corrections? Question is, what does the adrenal gland have in the body weight? Right. Okay. Remember, the adrenal gland is found in what? On top of the kidneys, and it secretes two true hormones, namely what? The aldosterone and the adrenaline. Right. Then the adrenaline has to do with what? With the fact that it prepares the body for emergency. It prepares the body for emergency. As it prepares the body for emergency, it means that it will convert excess glycogen into what? Into glucose cause in the what? In the liver. Right. Then what happens now if a person has is over excreting adrenaline? This means that more glycogen will be sent to the what? To the uh, 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 to the no, sorry. More glycogen will be converted to glucose, meaning that more glucose will be available in the body. Meaning that as there's more glucose in the body, uh, um, there are high chances that metabolic activities might be low. Then, due to this, a person may gain weight. Remember, if a person is eating too much sugar, a person gains weight. So, whenever the adrenaline is released at unnecessary times, or a person who's suffering from low blood sugar um is given glycogen, more glucose will be available in their body, meaning that more sugar will be in their body. increasing their what? Their body weight. And their metabolic activities will not match the amount of glucose that is in the what? In the blood. I should have left my girl in the start. Yeah, don't worry. It's already the end. Don't worry. Don't worry. Then Sibusisa Kumalo, can if you're saying that I should repeat something, right? I want you guys to tell me what to repeat so that I don't get confused on what to repeat. Vice love. Let me tell you, one the moment you leave these classes, you'll never be the same. The northern pikefish is found mainly in rivers. During the breeding season, the female releases thousands of ova. This is a reproductive strategy. What kind of reproductive strategy? Okay, let me talk about two reproductive strategies, the R strategy and the K strategy. The R strategy and the K strategy, the moment you leave these classes, never be the same. The northern part which is found in because um can you please excuse me for a little bit? So I want to explain the difference between the R strategy and the K strategy. Remember, these are not reproductive mechanisms. These are reproductive strategies. R strategy, the R strategy will have a large, will need, it will need a large, will have large offsprings at once, more energy for reproduction, and also less less energy into what? Into parental care, right? In K strategy, there will be more energy required for reproduction. No, there will be less energy required for reproduction, less number of offsprings, but more energy on what? On parental care, right? The R strategy offspring will die in numbers when they are born. Many of them will die in numbers. Many of them when they fertilize, many of them will not fertilize. But to increase the amount of what? Of offspring, they need more energy, meaning that they release more sperms into the what? Into the into 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 the water and more over into the water. So this is the R strategy. And the male releases semen all around the female. The fertilized egg attaches to the vegetarian near or vegetation near the riverbed. So now, if ever my eggs are being attached on the vegetation, it means that those eggs will be not exposed to being washed away by water, but the eggs of anchovy will be exposed to being washed away by water, then meaning that more North Pike fish will be present compared to what? To anchovy fish. Do you understand? Then, then this leads us to going to the graph. The graph shows the survival rate of both fish species. We say that the one that will attach to the riverbed will survive more. Then let's check which one is surviving more here. The one that is surviving more is graph what? X. Therefore, this leads us to concluding that what? The North Pike fish is what? Is graph what? X. Then the graph y, what happens to graph y? What happens to graph y? We're saying that we're concluding that the anchovy fish will be washed away with the water, meaning that less of this will be present. Therefore, graph y is the what? Is the anchovy fish. Do we understand? Okay, can I repeat the vivipary part? Okay, I said there's ovipary, and I said there's ovivipary, and there's vipary. So, problem, it's pari here. There are so many paris here. There are so many paris. And I know they are so confusing. So now what if we throw the paris and then we say there's OV, there's OVO, VV, and V only. So you say on the first one there's OV, and then you add VV on the first one, and then you remove OVO VV, and you're going to have OV. Let me write this again: OV, OVO, VV, and V. OV relates to external fertilization, and the young grows outside, or the embryo grows outside the female's body. Right. Then ovovivipary, it's internal fertilization, but even though the young or the embryo develops inside the female, they are not attached to their mother. To their mother or the female. But V, what happens here is internal, and the embryo attaches to the mother by the placenta. We get each other there. So that is the difference between ovipary, ovovivipary, and vipary. We start with ovipary, ovovivipary, then vipary. You will never go wrong. You start from the least advanced to the most advanced. The least advanced is of ovipary, because it has it has external fertilization, and also the embryo develops outside the female's body. But of ovovivipary will be internal fertilization, but the embryo, yes, it grows inside the mother, but it does not have a connection. The mother and the embryo are not connected, even with the placenta. There's no placenta. It's just an amniotic egg growing inside the what? The mother. Then the vipary. Vipary is the embryo attaches to the what? To the female, meaning that the embryo and the mother have a connection. Then it is also part of internal fertilization. Are we okay? Then name the type of fertilization that takes place in both fish. Now, there's a type of fertilization and the reproductive strategy. There's a type of fertilization and the strategy. Whenever they say the type of fertilization, you are going to answer by external or internal. But if they say if they say reproductive strategy, that's how you're going to say ovipary, ovovivipary, or vipary. But both of these are what? Are o ovipary. Am I saying it right? Yes, they are ovipary. Then, but the type of fertilization that is occurring here is what? Is external fertilization. Fertilization. Then explain why both fish species are oviparous. They are oviparous because I said the embryo develops outside the what? The mother. And then another thing um I wrote it's 2.5 point what 2.5.2, and then it's how many marks? Oh yeah, okay. Then we can also say um there is external fertilization. Then we go further. Describe two ways in which the chances of fertilization are increased in northern pike fish. Right. Um, yes, what I wrote. I wrote that they release thousands of ova. They release thousands of ova, and then the male deposits semen all around the female. Then they say which graph X or Y represents the survival rate of northern pike fish. Right, let's check here. Let's check. Let's go to the previous page. We said that the graph that represents the northern pike fish is graph X. Right. Why do we say, wait, yes, we said it's graph X. Let's answer our question. Graph. Explain your answer. Okay. Northern pike fish eggs attached to what? To vegetation. They attach to vegetation. So as they attach to vegetation, what does that lead to? Them attaching to vegetation, this prevents them from being washed away by what? By water. And then, therefore, a higher survival in northern pike fish than what? Than anchovy. Anchovy. There we go. Are we okay with that part? Thank you, Sposiso. Okay, let's go to 2.6. And yeah, let's go to 2.6. And it's 9 marks. I give you 5 minutes. Then by 22:41, you should be back 6 minutes. Therefore, now your time starts. Hello, I come back. I come back with the corrections, and I hope you get totals. I'm sure you have to get a total. Yeah, this one is easy. This one is easy. My Ben, if you don't get a total, I don't know, man. We might even do extra classes. Hey, why is it saying one person is watching? Hey guys, did you guys all leave? Hey, you guys scare me. Or should I end the class? You guys on TikTok can also join this side. Okay, we're back, right? I want us to do corrections. So here we're going to read the diagram. The diagram below shows the homeostatic control of blood glucose. Blood glue what? Glucose. Blood glucose. Now, I want us to differentiate between glucose. No, not glucose. Glucose does not Eisengene glucose la. Glucose Eisengene less. I want us to differentiate between these two glucagon and glycogen. I want us to differentiate between these two. Okay, then how do we differentiate between glucagon and glycogen? Right? Glucagon, right, and glycogen. Glycogen, I want us to take the word gen. I want us to take the word gen and think of generation. A generation is the formation of what? The end product. Meaning that when we think of gen, we think of the end what? Product. But when we think, it means that when we think of glucagon, we think of the what? Of the process. But when we think of gen, we think of the end product. Then it means that uh, glucagon cannot be an end product, but glycogen can only be at the end, as an end product. Do you understand? Let's put that into practice. Let's put that into practice. Here it says high glucose levels, high blood glucose levels. When there are high blood glucose levels in the blood, the islets of Langerhans in the pancreas are stimulated to secrete, when there's high glucose, to secrete what? Insulin. I say the islets of Langerhans in the what? In the pancreas. And then glycogen as the end product. That's the end what? Product, right? Then let's go to low blood glucagon. Remember, why didn't I write glycogen? Because a hormone is not an end product. Only end products will end with gen. Therefore, we're going to say to secrete hormone glucagon. Glucagon will be sent to the liver and body cells to convert excess glycogen because it was the end product before to what? To glucose. Are we okay? If you're okay, please comment that you're okay so that now I may continue with this. Then this means that we are done with this homeostatic control, right? Identify gland A. Gland A, we said, is the what? Is the pancreas. Identify hormone C. It is the glucagon. Because we said glycogen is an end product, and an end product cannot be a hormone. Okay. Then they say a certain disorder causes a decrease. A disorder that causes a decrease in the production of hormone B. We need insulin. This means that disorder is what? Is diabetes mellitus. Diabetes mellitus. It's melita. So, okay, let's go. Explain how this will affect the blood glucose levels. Right. Due to under secretion, due to under secretion of insulin. Right. This is the first point. Due to under secretion of insulin. So maths paper 2. Maths paper 2 might will come only when you guys make me reach 100 likes. If I don't reach 100 likes, we're not going to get maths paper 2. Then, due to under secretion of insulin, we're going to say less, oh yeah, less glucose will be converted to glycogen in the blood. You understand? Then this would lead into a high level of glucose in the blood. That's how you answer your question. 2.6.2. Then we go to 2.6.3. Okay, let's hear what they're saying in 2.2.3. They're saying, okay, they're saying here, they're saying, name the disorder. We said the disorder is diabetes mellitus. Okay, then 2.6.3, scientists have been investigating the use of adrenaline as a treatment of people who cannot produce hormone C. Then explain why this treatment may work. Then we say adrenaline adrenaline causes more of the excess glycogen to be converted into glucose in the liver. No, let's start with due to high concentration of adrenaline in the body, the more glucose will be converted to glycogen will be converted into glucose, causing the level of glucose to decrease, and return to normal. Do we understand? Okay, for question 2 and 3, I'm going to give you 10 minutes. I'm going to give you 10 minutes, meaning that from you must be done by 23, it's 23 here, 03. You may do it. Okay, guys, I'm back and I want us to do corrections. It's correction time. I'm sure all of us got a total here, guys. This thing is easy. This is for kids. This is for kids. I want us to do correction. It's correction time. Okay, this is the brain, right? Brain consists of the cerebrum. Oh, sorry. The brain consists of the cerebrum, consists of the, oh, sorry, yes, the cerebellum, consists of the spinal cord, and the medulla oblongata, and wait, that, then A is our what? Is our corpus callosum. Then let's state the use. Let's say our cerebrum is this one, cerebellum is this one, the spinal cord is this one, then this is the pituitary gland. That is our gland. And then somewhere here will be our hypothalamus. And then I think for now we could call it that we are done, right? Let's talk about the use of everything here. The cerebrum has three uses. It coordinates, it is for higher thought process. That's the first point. The cerebrum, another thing, it will be for what you call, it controls all voluntary actions. And then last thing, it creates nerve impulse. Right. Then the cerebrum will be for balance, and it controls all voluntary movements. Then the spinal cord, it will send impulse to the brain. Sibo Gumezi. No, I said the cerebellum. I'm sorry. For those who I'm right, cerebellum also coordinates balance. It also does for balance. Remember, whenever we talk about balance in the brain, we'll talk about the cerebellum being affected, right? Because we say the maculae in the okay, let's say the mass, and we'll say the Krem signs or drop signs, right? Then we say the maculae in the articulus and the circulus will detect the change in the position of the what? Of the head. The crista in the semicircular canal will detect the distance and speed, the change in the distance and the speed. In which when the macula and the crista are stimulated, they convert stimuli into what? Into impulse. Impulse will be transported by the auditory nerve to the what? To the cerebellum, in which the cerebellum will interpret the 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 information and sends it to the what? To the skeletal muscles. Thank you for confirming that I'm right. Okay, let's go further. Then they say part A. Identify part A. Part A is the corpus callosum. What is the function of the corpus callosum class? The function of the corpus callosum class is to allow communication between the left and the right hemisphere of the brain. Right. Explain why a person may die if part C is damaged. What is part C? Part C is the medulla oblongata. So, what would happen? It means that no impulse will be sent to the breathing muscles, cells, and what? No impulse will be sent to the breathing muscles and the heart. Meaning that there would be a, a high concentration of carbon dioxide in the blood, leading to death since cellular respiration would not occur effectively. Do we understand, class? Do you have memo for GEC grade 9 EMS? Guys, I'm saying that if you guys give me 100 likes, I will I will give you a lesson for GEC. Then explain why the person will have no control of the skeletal. Oh no. Identify part B is damaged in a person's lower back. Identify part B. What is our part B there? Our part B is the spinal cord. Spinal cord. Explain why the person will have no control of the skeletal muscle of their legs. Right. No impulse will move from the muscle from and to the muscles of the legs to or from the brain. The person will not be able able to respond to stimulus, leading to no control of the skeletal muscles. We will release NS tomorrow. Yes. So The more you like, you guys, the more you find out that we'll do as you guys request. Then let's go to question 3.2 because I also asked you guys to do it. The table below shows the recorded number of severe brain injuries per 100,000 people in different regions of the world. Then we are going to have regions of the world, which is Latin America, USA, and Canada, East Mediterranean, Europe, Africa. Then they give us the numbers there. Then when it comes to questions like this, guys, I believe that when we interpret, let us not assume. Let us be very much careful because they will give us a, a contrasting information that you need to understand. Read the extract and read your information so that even though they tell you to come and construct a graph somewhere, somehow, you should know how to do that. Right. Then 3.2.1, which region has the smallest number of severe brain injuries? Hey, there's no, people are no longer here, Mus. Okay, the region that has the smallest number of brain injuries is what? Is, okay, let me do this. It is Africa. Then explain why this data may not be accurate for the region named in 3.2.1. We know that Africa has poor health facilities. This may cause the statistics being conducted to be inaccurate. Then you make another point since resources are limited. You must have a cause of the problem and then you must have the effect of the problem. This is what we deal with in life sciences. Then they say draw a bar graph representing the data in the table. Okay, I'm going to do this. I'm going to draw this. So now you're going to put your ruler. Um, if I fail to use this ruler, then we're going to discuss to discard it, guys. Okay, let me try to uh okay, then we're fine. You're going to draw the y-axis, then you're going to draw the x-axis. I just want you to get the idea. And then this is the x-axis, and then that is the y-axis. Right. And then each of your graphs should have a caption. Each of your graph should have a caption. Let's see. What should we give our, which caption should we give our graph? Let's over here. They say the table below shows the recorded number of severe brain injuries per 100,000 people per year in different regions in the world. Then you're going to say a table indicating, and then they're going, oh, here they say it shows. Then you're going to say a bar graph showing the recorded number of severe brain injuries per 100,000 people per what? Per year in different regions. Then let's come here. Then we're going to write our heading there. You could write it in capital letters, bar graph showing the recorded number of severe brain injuries per 100,000 people. Then we say what? Per year in different regions of the world. Then that is your caption. You could underline it because you want things to be clear, but your caption should include everything. Then we go now to the x-axis. You identify the independent variable. Then let's go to our graph there. Then we determine and identify the independent variable. Then the independent variable there, let's check. The independent variable mostly in our graphs will be on the far left, meaning that the regions of the world are our what? Our independent variable. Let's go. Then let's say, I think I should increase the length of my x-axis because I think it's gonna need a lot of work. Okay, let me rewrite this. Is it this one? I think it's this one. Then I increased it to the year. Then you're going to have your dependent variable, the independent variable, which is regions of the world, regions of the world. Sorry, regions of the world. Then you're going to write there. Here you're going to write there the number of severe brain injuries, the number then you're going to write those different regions that were given. You could choose now to use keywords like Latin America. Well, let me first do this. You must give a very, very accurate scale and it must be consistent, right? I'm going to make a scale of 150, 150, 300, then 450, 600, and then 850, right? No, 750, 750, 900, and then 1050. Then we go to 1.2, then we go to 1350, then we go to 1500, and then we go to 1750. Then in LA or in Latin America, there were 900. There were 900 severe deaths. Then you're going to make that line there to show that it's 900. Then you go now in 350, meaning that it will be somewhere here. Right. So this is for USA and what? And Canada. So you could use a key, a certain key. You say US and Canada and Canada. Then we still go further and we go to East Mediterranean. Hey, this word Mediterranean. It's not treating me nice today. Mediterranean. Yes. East Mediterranean. 890. Then we go to 890. 890 will just be just below 900. Then we're going to draw it there. And we'll just have a very, very nice line there. You say East Mediterranean. Then we still go further. We'll look for the other place, which is Europe. Europe will be 1010. Then let's look. 1010 will be just below 1050 but above 900. Then we're going to have here. Then we're going to have our euro. Then Africa will just have 800 people. So 800 will just be below 900. Then this would be our Africa. And we say what? Africa. Then you could come now and give us what? The key. Because you did not give us what was exactly there in the what? In the graph. Now you're going to give us the key of what is happening. What does what mean? Then you're going to tell us LA is for what? LA is for Latin America. America. Then you're going to say US and C. You're going to say USA and what? Canada. Then you're going to say EM. You're going to say East Mediterranean. Then you're going to say Euro means what? Europe. Then you're going to say, if you, let's say here you said A only. Then you're going to say A is for Africa. Then you're done. So you see how easy it is. Now, how do you get your marks? You'll get your marks. Let me act like a marker here with a red pen. You'll get your marks for the caption. You'll get your mark for the correct type of graph. You'll get your mark for correct labels. Get your marks for the x-axis and y-axis. And then you also get your mark for the key. Then how many marks do you have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then we can give you a 6. We can give you a 6 out of 6. Okay, let's go to the next question. Now, my favorite part. Okay, I want us to go to hearing now. I want to attempt to draw an ear so the ear, let me say the ear. The ear contains of a pinna which traps and directs sound into the what? The auditory what? Auditory canal. And then this is what? The pinna. And in the pinna, there will be a membrane which is called the eardrum. But because it's a scientific term, we call it the what? The tympanic membrane. Then there we will have, after the tympanic membrane, we will have something I call the hairs. The hairs will be what? Our ossicles. Our ossicles, namely the what? The hammer, the anvil, and the what? And the stirrup. Then let's see. We'll have something like this, and like it'll be like that. And then after that, let me do like this here. Show that there will be an oval window and a round window, and then a tube here, and then you're going to have your auditory nerve. There we go. So here we said that we're going to have the hairs, which is the hammer, the anvil, and the stirrup. Together they are what? They are ossicles. Then there will be a tube that will be directly connected to the what? To the esophagus, which is the eustachian tube. The eustachian tube, well, let me use another color. So the eustachian tube will now equalizes the pressure on either side of the ear. So the eustachian tube equalizes the pressure on either sides of the ear. Then we go further. In here we have two cycles. The bigger one is called the oval window, and then the smaller one is called the round window. So the round window releases pressure from the inner ear, and then the oval window will send will send sound waves to the organ of Corti to be transmitted into what? Into nerve. impulse. Okay, are we okay there? Then I'm going to move to these parts here. Then here we're going to have the what? The semicircular canal. And then here we're going to have the circulus and atriculus. This is so beautiful because now inside here there'll be, okay, inside here, this is called the what? Will I even remember? But inside here, there's the organ of Cauchy. Oh, this is the cochlea. Inside the cochlea, there will be the organ of Cauchy, which transmits sound waves to what? To impulse, so that they can be interpreted in the what? In the cerebrum. So after the cochlea, you will see what? Impulse going that side. So impulse leaves with the what? With the auditory nerves. Okay, let me take another color so that we can go through hearing together. So, so hearing happens like this. Let me go down. Let me first show you how it goes. The pinna traps and directs sound into the what? Into the auditory what? Auditory canal, which causes the what? The tympanic membrane to vibrate. The vibrations will be sent into the, okay. I was saying that the round window will send the vibration to the cochlea, in which the endolymph in the will send the sound wave to the cochlea, in which the endolymph in the cochlea will vibrate, will send those vibrations to the what? To the cochlea, causing the cochlea to be stimulated to convert what? Those sound waves into what? Into impulse. Impulse will be transmitted. Impulse will be transmitted through the what? Through the auditory nerves to the what? To the cerebrum. Okay, let's see how that happens. Okay, so let's talk about hearing. We're saying that the pinna traps and directs sound into the auditory canal. This causes the tympanum to vibrate. The ossicles receive the vibrations. The oval window will vibrate sending sound waves into the endolymph of the cochlea, which stimulates the cochlea, the organ of Corti to convert sound waves into nerve impulse. Nerve impulse will travel or be transmitted through the nerve impulse will be transmitted through the auditory nerve, so that to the cerebrum, then uh the cerebrum interprets the sound waves. Do you understand now? Okay. Now, another part of hearing I want us to deal with is this part called no, another part of the ear that I want us to deal with is this part of balance. So, how do I know balance? I say the mass and creme signs or drop signs. When you creme signs or drop signs, we say the crystal in the semicircular canal detects the change in the direction and speed of what of the head or the body. And then we're going to say the maculae in the articulus and the circulus will detect the change in the position of the what of the head. Then let's go. The maculae in the circulus, you're in the circulus and the articulus detects or are stimulated are stimulate no detects, let me say detects the change in the position of the head. Then we say that clamp signs or drop signs, which means that the crystal in the semicircular canal detects the change in the direction and speed of the body. The maculae and the crista are stimulated to convert stimuli into nerve impulse. Then the nerve impulse, you could get them from physics. You could get them from many sites. There's so many sites. Nerve impulse uh is transmitted through the what? The auditory nerve to the cerebellum, the cerebellum. Then the cerebellum sends impulse to the skeletal muscles to bring about balance. Are we okay there? Okay, then let's go back to our question paper and then answer everything. We said A, from what we said A is what? A is the what? Is the time pay now. And then we said B is what? Is the semicircular what? Canal. Then C is the what? Is the cochlea. And we said what is found in the cochlea? We said what is found in the cochlea is what? Is the organ of Corti. Then here we have the what? The round window. And here we said there's the what? The oval window. And then here we have our three ossicles called the what? The hairs, which is the hammer, the anvil, and the stirrup. And then this one is the what? Is the eustachian chain shoe. Then this one is the tie. No, this one is the pina, which traps and direct sound. Then this one is the time pay now. Then identify part C. Let's see, what is part C? We said part C is the what? Is the cochlea. Then we go and write our answer, which is cochlea. Function of part D. Part D, part D, we said it is the round window. What did we say the round window does? It releases pressure from the inner ear. Then receptors found in part C. Let's see. Part C, we find the what? The organ of the function of the receptors found into into nerve impulse. Then explain why a buildup of wax in part A. Where's part A? Part A is the what? Is the tympanum. Then they say may result into a temporary hearing loss. Okay, the tympanum may not be able to vibrate due to the obstruction. Then, what does this lead to? This would lead to the ossicles will not receive any vibration and no sound waves will be sent to the inner ear. Okay, if you're wondering why it is where we are having our lessons and you're here on TikTok, you can come on YouTube. You click the link on my bio, you'll find us online. Then a grommet is a small device that allows the air to move into and out of the middle ear. We're in 3.3.4. Then let's hear what they are saying. Explain how the use of grommets in treatment of the middle ear infection prevents hearing loss. Okay, then grommets allows pressure to be balanced at either sides of the ear. This would prevent the tympanum from bursting. Then I said here, then the ossicles would effectively amplify the sound and send it to the inner ear, and then sound waves would be interpreted and sent to the cerebrum. Sorry. And then let's go to 3.3.5, which could be our last question. I would take 3.3.5 as our last question, right? Because should this be our last question to everyone who's excuse me for a little bit as I charge my other device. Okay. What's this? Okay. Okay, let's continue. Describe Describe how the receptors in part B are involved in maintaining balance when there are changes in the speed and direction. Let's see receptors in part B. Receptors in part B, we said that whenever you hear about changes in speed and direction, you always think of the MASP and the what? And the drop signs. No, cramp signs or drop signs. Then let's check. Direction and speed only talks about crystal in the semicircular canal. It takes the change in the speed of the and direction of the body. Yeah, let's go. Then the answer for this would be easy, right? Let's go. The crystal in the semicircular canal detects any change in the speed and direction of the body. Then what would this cause? This would cause the crystal will be stimulated to convert the stimulus into nerve impulse. The nerve impulse will be transmitted to the what? To the cerebellum. And what does the cerebellum do? The cerebellum sends impulse to the skeletal muscle. And that's it. that was the last question for us, and I believe that we are going to still meet for paper two. Um, any comments, anything we can uh we can go and discuss it later, but now